Tonight, we're going somewhere most history doesn't dare to go. Not to the castles where knights feasted, not to the monasteries where monks prayed, but to the dark corners of medieval cities where survival meant selling your body, and where a single night could destroy you in ways you cannot imagine. Before we descend into this world, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. We're going to spend the next 2 hours exploring one of history's most brutal realities, and your support helps us continue bringing these untold stories to light. Leave a comment below telling us where you're watching from, what time it is, and whether you're ready for what comes next. Now, let's be clear about something from the start. When we think about medieval brothels today, popular culture has lied to us. You've seen the fantasy shows, the video games, the romanticized versions where prostitutes lounge in silk and receive wealthy patrons in candlelit chambers. You've heard the jokes, seen the winking references to pleasure houses where adventure happens. Forget all of that. The reality of a medieval brothel would break you faster than you can imagine. Not in a day, not in a week, but in hours. The violence, the disease, the systematic exploitation, the complete absence of human dignity would shatter any modern person's ability to cope. And we're going to walk through exactly why, using actual historical records, testimony from women who lived this nightmare, and the brutal regulations that govern these institutions. So, dim your lights, get comfortable, and prepare yourself. Because by the end of tonight's journey, you'll understand why the medieval brothel represents one of the darkest chapters in human history, the necessary evil, how society created this hell. To understand why you wouldn't survive a night in a medieval brothel, you first need to understand why these places existed at all. And the answer reveals something deeply disturbing about medieval society's view of both women and sexuality. The Church, the most powerful institution in medieval Europe, officially condemned prostitution as a sin. After all, it involved fornication, a clear violation of Christian teaching. But here's where things get twisted. Despite this condemnation, ecclesiastical authorities from Augustine onward promoted a doctrine that would define prostitution's role for centuries. St. Augustine himself had declared that removing prostitution from society would unsettle everything on account of lusts. The logic was brutally simple and deeply misogynistic. Medieval authorities believed that men possessed an uncontrollable sexual appetite, a natural but sinful drive that demanded release. Without prostitutes to satisfy this drive, men would supposedly corrupt innocent women, commit rape, engage in sodomy, or turn to other sins the Church considered even worse than prostitution. The Grand Council of Venice in 1358 went so far as to declare that prostitution was absolutely indispensable to the world. Not helpful, not tolerable, indispensable. The prostitute became, in the eyes of medieval society, a kind of human sewer system, a receptacle for male lust that protected respectable women from assault. This framework created something unique in medieval cities. Rather than trying to eliminate prostitution, municipal authorities decided to regulate it, control it, and most importantly, profit from it. City councils across Europe established public brothels, municipally owned and operated facilities where prostitution could be monitored, taxed, and contained. The annual rent for these establishments could reach significant sums. In Bolzano, for example, the brothel paid £70 per year to the city. Each municipal brothel typically housed 12 to 13 prostitutes at a time. The brothel keeper, sworn in by the mayor, was responsible for the day-to-day running of the operation. But here's what that really meant. The city owned a building where women were systematically exploited. The brothel keeper functioned as a government-approved pimp, and the whole arrangement was designed not to help these women, but to extract money from them while using their bodies to maintain social order. The brothels themselves were strategically located. They appeared near city gates, along trade routes close to water sources where merchants travelled. This wasn't about discretion, it was about accessibility. When traders came through town, when soldiers passed by, when young men from wealthy families wanted an outlet for their desires, the brothel stood ready, visible and sanctioned by the authorities who supposedly upheld Christian values. Some cities had multiple tiers of prostitution. At the top sat the municipal brothel, the officially sanctioned establishment. Below that existed smaller operations called borderlages, typically run by a husband and wife who boarded 3 or 4 women and rented them space to service customers. Then came the streetwalkers, women who left their homes to wander red light districts, finding privacy wherever they could. And finally, out in the countryside, desperate women would travel to neighbouring farms, often bringing male relatives for protection to find customers among farmers and their workers. This system wasn't about morality, it was about money and control. Cities that established brothels saw immediate economic benefits. They collected rent from brothel keepers, they taxed the prostitutes' earnings, they fined establishments that violated regulations. The prostitute's body became a revenue stream for municipal governments. And into this system, women fell through cracks in society that opened wide beneath their feet. How you end up here, the recruitment nightmare. You need to understand something crucial. In the vast majority of cases, women did not choose to enter medieval brothels. They were forced, coerced, trafficked, or left with absolutely no other option for survival. The romantic notion of the woman who freely chooses sex work as a profession, that existed primarily for a tiny elite of courtesans who served nobility. For the women in municipal brothels, it was a different story entirely. Let's start with the most direct path into a brothel: rape. In medieval society, a woman who lost her virginity outside of marriage, regardless of the circumstances, became unmarriageable. Her value in the marriage market disappeared instantly. If a woman was gang raped by young men, which happened with disturbing frequency in medieval towns, she faced social death. Nobody would marry her. Her family might disown her. She had lost the one thing medieval society valued in a woman, her sexual purity. The organized rape of young women by groups of young men appears repeatedly in medieval records. Historian Jacques Rousseau documents how these assaults were considered almost normal, part of a culture where young men proved their masculinity to each other through sexual violence. The victims of these attacks, branded as impure, often had nowhere to turn except prostitution. Some women entered brothels after committing adultery or being accused of it. The distinction didn't matter. Once labelled as unchaste, a woman lost her social standing and her options narrowed dramatically. Rather than face continued persecution or inability to support herself, she might end up in a brothel as the only place that would accept her. Poverty drove countless women to brothels. In a society where women's employment options were severely limited, where wages were a fraction of what men earned, where a single woman trying to survive alone faced suspicion and harassment, desperation could make prostitution seem like the only path to not starving. Young women from the countryside, arriving in cities hoping for work, found themselves with no money, no connections, and no prospects. The brothel keeper might seem like salvation at first, and here's where the really insidious part begins. Because brothel keepers and their associates actively recruited women through deception. They would approach desperate young women and make promises. You'll have a place to live, you'll have food and clothing, you'll be protected. The initial offer might not even mention prostitution directly. Come work in our establishment, help in the kitchen, serve food and drink. This is exactly what happened to Els von Eistedt in Nördlingen in 1471. She was hired as a kitchen maid in the town's public brothel. She thought she had found legitimate employment, But once inside, once she had become dependent on the brothel for food and shelter, once she had no way to leave, the brothel keepers forced her into prostitution. The method was simple and brutal. Take away her ability to leave, confiscate her belongings, put her in debt, then inform her that she now owed money for her room and board, and there was only one way to pay it back. Some women were outright kidnapped and trafficked into brothels. Medieval records document cases of women being abducted and forced into prostitution in distant cities where they had no connections and no hope of escape. The trafficking networks weren't as organized as modern ones, but they existed. Women moved from town to town, forced to work in different brothels, unable to run because they had nowhere to run to. Now imagine, this is you. You're a young woman in a medieval city. Maybe you were raped. Maybe you committed the crime of having sex before marriage. Maybe you're just desperately poor and someone promised you work. However it happens, you find yourself at the door of the brothel. The moment you step inside, everything changes. The first thing they do is take your clothes. This wasn't metaphorical. Multiple women testifying in the Nördlingen investigation described how brothel keeper Lienhard Freimuth confiscated their clothing upon entry. Anna von Ulm testified that Lienhard took all her clothes and pawned them to Jewish merchants, leaving her to go about miserably and almost naked, having no more than a skirt and no undershirt. She said she could hardly cover herself and is unwilling to go out among honourable people. Why take the clothes? Control. A woman without proper clothing can't leave. She certainly can't leave and blend into respectable society. She's trapped immediately by the literal clothes on her back, or rather, the lack of them. Els von Nuremberg stated that when she first entered the brothel, she had given Lienhard a veil worth 2 florins as payment, but she still had to pay him for the skirt she wore. Endlin von Schaffhausen and Adelheid von Sindelfingen both testified that Lienhard confiscated their clothes, and according to Endlin, whenever one of the women has good clothes, he would take them. So, you're standing there, stripped of your belongings, wearing barely enough to cover yourself. Already you're in debt, already you cannot leave, and they haven't even told you what you'll be doing yet. The debt system was carefully designed to be inescapable. You owed money for your room, you owed money for your food, you owed money for the clothes you didn't have. Every day you stayed, the debt grew, and there was only one way to pay it down: through your body. The brothel keeper controlled every aspect of this economy. You didn't set your rates, you didn't keep your earnings. The standard arrangement across medieval Europe was that the brothel keeper took 1/3 of every fee a client paid. That was just the base rate. On top of that, you paid for room and board. You bought your food and drink from the brothel at marked up prices. You paid extra if a customer wanted to stay overnight. And if you somehow managed to earn extra money through tips or gifts from customers, the brothel keeper found ways to take that too. In your first hours in the brothel, you're learning a crucial lesson. You are not a person anymore. You are property. You are inventory. You are a body that generates income for the brothel keeper and the city that licenses this operation. Your needs, your safety, your health, your humanity have all become irrelevant. This is just the beginning. You haven't faced the violence yet. You haven't contracted the diseases yet. You haven't experienced a single customer yet. But already, in those first few hours, the trap has closed around you, and there is no way out. The building that will break you. Let's talk about the physical space where you're now trapped, because the environment itself is designed to dehumanize and degrade you. Medieval brothels were not the luxurious establishments of fantasy. They were cramped, dark, filthy buildings usually located on the edges of cities, near the city gates or in designated red light districts. The location served multiple purposes. It kept prostitutes away from respectable areas. It made the brothel accessible to travellers and soldiers entering the city, and it placed these establishments in areas where city authorities could exercise control. The building itself typically housed 12 to 13 women at once. Think about that number in terms of space. Medieval buildings were small compared to modern structures. Room sizes were limited, and you're sharing this space with a dozen other women, all in the same desperate situation as you. Privacy didn't exist. You might have a small room, but it was barely more than a cell. A place to sleep between customers. A place where you'd be expected to bring those customers. The walls were thin. You heard everything happening in the rooms around you. The sounds of other women with their clients. The sounds of violence. The sounds of illness and pain. The sanitation situation would horrify any modern person. Medieval cities struggled with waste disposal even in the best circumstances. In a brothel where multiple people lived in close quarters and strangers constantly came and went, the situation was exponentially worse. There was no running water. Let that sink in. Every drop of water for drinking, washing, or cleaning had to be carried in from outside. In a municipal building, water would come from a well or fountain, brought back in buckets or jugs. How often do you think water was actually brought in for prostitutes' use? How much water do you think was allocated for their hygiene? Medieval people did have some hygiene practices contrary to popular belief. The wealthy had access to baths and basins. People washed their hands before and after meals. But prostitutes in a brothel? You were the lowest of the low. The resources devoted to your hygiene would have been minimal. You had a chamber pot if you were lucky. Most people in medieval cities didn't. They used outhouses in the yard if they had access to a yard. In cramped brothel quarters with limited mobility and freedom of movement, the situation would have been grim. The stench alone would be overwhelming. And this is before we even talk about what happens to your body when you're forced to service multiple men per day in these conditions. The bedding would have been rough cloth, probably rarely washed. Fleas, lice, and bedbugs were universal facts of medieval life, even in wealthy households. In a brothel, the infestations would have been constant and severe. You'd wake up covered in bites. The itching would never stop. And with each customer you served, you'd be exposed to whatever parasites they carried. Rats were everywhere in medieval cities. The buildings weren't sealed the way modern structures are. Rats came and went freely, especially in older buildings and those near water or waste disposal areas. At night, in your small room, you'd hear them moving in the walls, scurrying across the floor, bold enough to approach sleeping bodies. The building probably had a main common area where customers would gather, where food and drink were served, where the initial transactions took place. This was where you'd wait to be chosen by customers, standing or sitting with the other women on display, being evaluated like livestock. Some brothels were connected to or located near bathhouses. This connection wasn't about maintaining cleanliness. Medieval bathhouses had become notorious as centres of prostitution. People would come to bathe, and in the warm, naked environment, sexual transactions naturally followed. The water in these baths was rarely changed. When it was, it certainly wasn't between each bather. You were essentially soaking in water that dozens or hundreds of other bodies had already occupied. A breeding ground for every disease imaginable. The lighting would have been dim at best. Candles and rushlights were expensive. The brothel keeper wasn't wasting money illuminating the place properly. You'd spend much of your time in semi-darkness, shadows filling the corners, unable to see clearly what was happening around you. Ventilation was poor. Medieval buildings had small windows, often shuttered against the cold. In winter, any heat source would be carefully controlled and minimal. The smell of unwashed bodies, waste, disease, sex, and fear would permeate everything. Your clothes, your hair, your skin would absorb these odours until you couldn't escape them, even in sleep. The brothel keeper and his partner had their own quarters, obviously better than what the prostitutes received. They needed to supervise, to watch, to make sure none of their property tried to escape. Their presence was constant surveillance. The building's condition reflected your status in society. This wasn't a home. It wasn't even a workplace in any normal sense. It was a pen, a place to keep bodies that society had decided were useful only for one purpose. The structure itself communicated your worthlessness, and you'd be locked in at night. Anna von Ulm testified that Lienhardt habitually did not let them leave the brothel. Your freedom of movement was completely controlled. You couldn't go to church. You couldn't earn food by working elsewhere. You couldn't visit family or friends even if you had them. The building was your prison, and the brothel keeper was your jailer. Modern people cannot really comprehend what it means to be trapped in such a space. We have options, we have mobility, we have resources. In a medieval brothel, you had none of these things. The building itself was designed to break your spirit before the customers even started breaking your body. Your brutal daily routine. Let's walk through what a day in your life would actually look like. From the moment you wake up until you finally get to sleep, assuming sleep is even possible. You wake up whenever the brothel keeper decides you wake up. There's no sleeping in, no rest days, no breaks. The brothel operates on the schedule that maximizes profit, and you operate on the schedule the brothel keeper sets. The first thing you face is hunger. The food in the brothel was, according to the women who testified in Nördlingen, disgusting. Anna von Ulm reported that they were usually given disgusting meals. But you ate what you were given because starving wasn't an option, and you needed whatever energy you could get for what was coming. The meals weren't free, remember. You were charged for everything you ate, and you were charged more than the food was worth. Wixelbrunn von Ulm testified that Lienhardt provided meals for 13 pennies when the same food was available elsewhere in town for 12 pennies. Every meal added to your debt. Every bite of disgusting food put you further in the hole. And if you were menstruating, you weren't given extra portions, even though regulations in some places required it. Anna von Ulm specifically mentioned that they were denied extra portions during menstruation, as was required, and were not given bread and meat during the week. Your body's needs didn't matter. Your comfort didn't matter. You ate what barely kept you alive and worked regardless of your physical state. Beyond servicing customers, you had other labor. In Nördlingen, although it was technically not allowed, the women were forced to produce 2 large spindles of thread per day, or pay Lienhardt 4 pennies. This was on top of everything else. You spent your few moments not with customers doing additional work, generating additional income for the brothel keeper, and if you failed to meet the quota, you went deeper into debt. The wine you needed to get through the days, also overpriced. Chunlin von Augsburg testified that wine was sold to the women for a penny more inside the brothel than outside it. Everything, every single thing you needed to survive cost you more than it should. The economic exploitation was total and deliberate. Then the customers started arriving. The number of clients a prostitute might be expected to serve in a day varied, but the demand could be relentless. Some regulations attempted to limit how many customers a prostitute could be required to serve, but these protections were minimal and often ignored. You could be expected to service customer after customer, with barely any rest between them. Each transaction followed a dehumanizing pattern. The customer paid the brothel keeper. You got a fraction of that payment, minus all your expenses. The customer chose you, or you were assigned to him. You took him to your small room. You did what he demanded. He left. You cleaned yourself as best you could with whatever limited water was available. Then you returned to the common area to wait for the next customer. Some customers paid extra to stay overnight. This was called sleeping money, and Endlin testified that Lienhardt charged the women double the normal amount for this. So, if a customer wanted to use your body all night, you actually ended up further in debt from the experience. The physical toll accumulated rapidly. Medieval people didn't understand sexually transmitted diseases the way we do, but they understood that prostitutes got sick. The burning sensations, the discharge, the pain during urination, these symptoms appeared again and again. And you had no treatment, no antibiotics, no medical care beyond whatever folk remedies might exist. You just kept working, kept servicing customers, kept spreading disease and contracting new ones, until your body failed completely. Between customers, you might have moments to yourself. But Anna von Ulm testified that Lienhardt had taken their church-going from them, denying them even the chance to hear Mass, the one potential source of spiritual comfort, the one activity that might have given meaning to existence in medieval society, was denied to you. Your soul, like your body, was trapped. The emotional experience of this routine is difficult to convey. Imagine being used by stranger after stranger, unable to refuse, unable to choose, unable to stop. Your body stops feeling like your own. It becomes a tool, an object, something that is done to. The psychological dissociation required to survive this would be profound. And you watched the same thing happening to the women around you. You heard their suffering through the thin walls. You saw them deteriorating physically. You witnessed the violence they endured. And you knew that the same fate awaited you every single day, with no end in sight. The exhaustion would be crushing, physical, yes, but also mental and spiritual. The sheer act of continuing to exist in such circumstances required a kind of endurance most people cannot comprehend. Every day you survived was a day you endured your own dehumanization, your own erasure as a person. And at night, when you finally got to lie down, you weren't resting. You were recovering just enough to do it all again tomorrow. Sleep became not refreshment, but simply the space between torments. This was your daily routine. This was the reality the word prostitute obscured in medieval records. This was what it actually meant to be a woman in a medieval brothel. Not an adventure, not a profession, a sustained, systematic destruction of your humanity, one day at a time. The violence that defines your existence. Now we need to talk about the violence. Because violence in a medieval brothel wasn't an occasional occurrence. It was the foundational reality of daily life. Let's start with the brothel keeper. In Nördlingen, multiple women testified about the systematic beatings they received from Lienhardt Freimuth. According to several testimonies, both Lienhardt and his partner Barbara beat the women frequently. The justification? Lienhardt claimed the women had earned less than they should have. But, as Margrethe von Biberach testified, the violence was arbitrary. Lienhardt hit them more for innocence than for guilt. It didn't matter what you actually did. It didn't matter if you were following the rules. The violence came regardless, a tool of control and intimidation. The beatings weren't mild. Many women testified that Lienhardt beat them with a bullwhip. A bullwhip. Think about what that means. The kind of whip used on animals, used on enslaved people, designed to tear flesh and cause maximum pain. Vixelbrunn von Ulm said he sometimes used a rod or a belt instead. The variety of implements suggests this was deliberate, thought out, a repertoire of violence. There was a sadistic quality to it. Adelheid von Sindelfingen testified that Lienhardt had even been known to assault customers in the brothel, preventing them from earning. He would beat the women, then prevent them from making money, which increased their debt, which gave him another excuse to beat them. It was a cycle of violence with no escape. Barbara was equally brutal. When she discovered that Els von Eystedt was pregnant, she forced Els to swallow an abortifacient drink that Barbara had mixed herself. The result was a miscarriage of a male fetus the other women estimated had been about 20 weeks developed. Forced abortion through poison. Els was then forced back to work only a few days later in agony, while Barbara swore her to secrecy. This wasn't an isolated case. Forced abortions happened throughout medieval brothels, a pregnant prostitute was a prostitute who couldn't work, and worse, a prostitute whose pregnancy proved she had been given preferential treatment by a client, which could cause trouble. The solution was simple and brutal. End the pregnancy by any means necessary, with no regard for the woman's suffering or safety. The violence came from multiple directions. Clients could be violent. There were no protections for you. If a customer wanted to hurt you, to inflict pain, to use violence as part of his experience, there was nothing you could do to stop him. You couldn't refuse service, you couldn't fight back. You certainly couldn't report him to authorities. You were, in the eyes of the law and society, not quite fully human. Your suffering didn't matter. Soldiers were particularly dangerous. Throughout medieval Europe, authorities struggled to keep soldiers from raiding brothels. Groups of armed men, often drunk, would descend on brothels and terrorize the women. The organized violence of military men, trained in combat, turning their aggression on defenseless women, was a recurring problem. Gang violence was part of the culture. Young men in medieval towns formed groups that would assault women collectively. This was part of how they bonded, how they proved their masculinity to each other. The testimony of women who ended up in brothels after being gang raped appears repeatedly in medieval records. And once you were in the brothel, if those same groups of young men came in as customers, you had to serve them. You had to let them use you again. The legal system offered no protection. In fact, the law explicitly made clear that raping a prostitute wasn't really rape. You had made your body available for public use. You had lost the right to refuse. In some jurisdictions, the rape of a prostitute was prosecuted not as a crime against the woman, but as damage to the brothel keeper's property. Frederick II of Sicily in 1231 did decree the death penalty for the rape of a prostitute, but this was exceptional. Most places offered no such protection, and even where laws existed on paper, enforcement was virtually non-existent. Who was going to take the testimony of a prostitute seriously? Who was going to pursue justice on behalf of a woman society had already declared worthless? The violence wasn't just physical, the psychological violence was constant. You were called names, you were degraded verbally, you were treated as less than human in every interaction. The customers didn't see you as a person, the brothel keeper didn't see you as a person, society didn't see you as a person. This sustained psychological assault, day after day, would break most people's ability to maintain a sense of self. And you witnessed violence against other women constantly. You heard the screams through the walls. You saw the bruises. You watched women being beaten in common areas. You saw the results of forced abortions. You saw women dying from disease or violence. This vicarious trauma, the constant exposure to others' suffering while knowing you could be next, created an environment of perpetual terror. The violence was unpredictable, which made it worse. You never knew when it was coming. A customer might seem fine and then turn violent. The brothel keeper might be calm one moment and beating you with a whip the next. The arbitrary nature of the violence meant you couldn't protect yourself by following rules or being careful. You were always at risk, always vulnerable, always afraid. Some women developed strategies to cope. You might form alliances with other women, looking out for each other as much as possible in such constrained circumstances. You might learn to read the mood of the brothel keeper, to anticipate violence and try to avoid triggering it. But these were survival strategies for an inherently unwinnable situation. The physical scars were visible, the psychological scars were deeper. The violence in a medieval brothel wasn't just something that happened to your body. It was something that happened to your sense of self, your ability to trust, your capacity to feel safe. It was trauma on a scale and of a type that would leave permanent damage. And there was no escape, no safe place, no moment of genuine peace. Violence was the air you breathed, the reality you navigated every waking moment. It was why you wouldn't last a night in a medieval brothel, because the violence alone, even before the disease, even before the exploitation, would be more than a modern person could endure. The diseases that would destroy you. Let's talk about what would happen to your body. Because even if you somehow survived the violence, the diseases you'd contract would kill you slowly and painfully. Medieval Europe before 1495 didn't have syphilis yet. That particular horror would arrive with European contact with the Americas. But don't make the mistake of thinking pre-syphilis medieval Europe was somehow safe from sexually transmitted diseases. The sexually transmitted infections that existed were more than enough to destroy your health completely. Gonorrhea was everywhere. Medieval physicians couldn't identify the bacteria, but they absolutely recognized the symptoms. The burning pain during urination, the discharge, the infection spreading through the reproductive system. They called it the burning sickness, and regulations from Southwark and other English cities banished women with the burning sickness from the stews, though enforcement was minimal at best. As a prostitute servicing multiple men per day, your exposure to gonorrhea would be virtually guaranteed, and once infected, you had no treatment. Nothing. The infection would persist, causing chronic pain and increasingly severe complications. Pelvic inflammatory disease would follow as your body tried and failed to fight the infection. Pelvic inflammatory disease occurs when sexually transmitted infections spread to the uterus, fallopian tubes, and ovaries. The body's attempt to fight the infection causes inflammation. Over time, repeated infections cause scarring. The fallopian tubes narrow or block completely. The pain becomes chronic, fertility disappears, and in severe cases, abscesses form. The infection spreads to the bloodstream, and you die. Medical historians theorize that many medieval prostitutes became sterile through this process. It's one reason pregnancy was less common than you might expect, despite the complete lack of reliable contraception. The women's reproductive systems were so damaged by repeated sexually transmitted infections that conception became impossible. But the sterility came at the cost of constant pain and chronic illness. You'd live with the aftermath of these infections for years, growing weaker, less able to work, more vulnerable to other diseases. Chlamydia existed in medieval Europe, though they didn't know to call it that. The symptoms overlapped with gonorrhea, and medical writers often conflated the two. Like gonorrhea, chlamydia causes pelvic inflammatory disease. Like gonorrhea, it would destroy your reproductive health while causing ongoing pain and complications. Herpes simplex virus has been around for thousands of years. Medieval medical texts describe vesicles on the genitals, painful sores that appeared in clusters. Genital herpes is incurable. Once infected, you'd have outbreaks periodically for the rest of your life. During outbreaks, the pain would make work excruciating, but you'd be forced to continue anyway. The sores would transmit the virus to every customer, and you'd be exposed to new strains from every infected customer you served. Trichomoniasis, caused by a parasite, produces symptoms including discharge, itching, and painful urination. In medieval brothels, with no understanding of parasitic infection and no treatment, you'd just live with these symptoms indefinitely, along with everything else. Human papillomavirus has been around for millennia. The ancient Greeks and Romans knew about genital warts. Medieval physicians called them various names in various languages, but they recognized the clusters of small growths on genital tissue. Some strains of HPV cause cervical cancer, though medieval people wouldn't have understood that connection. You'd just die from cancer that ate away at your reproductive organs, with no understanding of why. Then there was leprosy. Medieval people believed strongly that leprosy could be transmitted sexually. Whether this was accurate is debated by modern scholars, but the belief had real consequences. The Pro-Salernitan questions explained how a woman might remain unharmed after having intercourse with a leper, but her next lover would contract the disease. The cold female complexion, supposedly kept the leper's contaminated semen in her uterus, where it turned to putrid vapor. When a healthy man came into contact with this vapor, his body's heat would ensure it was absorbed through his pores. Was this medically accurate? No, but many medieval men feared catching leprosy from prostitutes, and the stigma attached to lepers extended to prostitutes as well. And some men with leprosy did patronize prostitutes, so there was potential exposure to actual leprosy, a devastating disease that caused progressive nerve damage, tissue death, and horrific disfigurement. Beyond sexually transmitted diseases, the environment itself bred illness. The cramped quarters, poor sanitation, and constant exposure to others' diseases meant that any infectious disease passing through the city would tear through the brothel population. The plague hit medieval Europe repeatedly, with the Black Death of 1347 to 1352 being the most devastating, but hardly the only outbreak. Plague spread easily in crowded urban environments, and brothels, with their constant flow of people, were particularly vulnerable. The mortality rate was anywhere from 30 to 50%. If plague came to your brothel, you could watch half the women around you die within days, their bodies covered in painful buboes, lungs filling with fluid, consciousness slipping away into delirium. Other diseases flourished in the conditions of a medieval brothel. Tuberculosis, a slow killer that gradually destroyed the lungs, spread easily in close quarters. Typhus, carried by lice that infested everyone, caused fever, confusion, and often death. Dysentery, from contaminated food and water, caused severe diarrhea that could lead to fatal dehydration. Skin diseases were universal. Scabies, caused by mites burrowing under the skin, created intense itching and infection. Ringworm, a fungal infection, spread easily through physical contact. These conditions were minor compared to the other threats, but they added to the constant physical misery. Pregnancy, even when it continued to term, was incredibly dangerous. Medieval women died in childbirth at rates modern people can barely comprehend. The maternal mortality rate has been estimated at 1 to 2% per birth, which sounds low until you realise that women had many pregnancies. Over a reproductive lifetime, the cumulative risk was enormous. As a prostitute, if you somehow remained fertile and became pregnant, your situation would be even worse than an ordinary medieval woman's. You wouldn't receive proper care, you'd be forced to work as long as possible. If the brothel keeper decided you should abort, as happened to Els von Eistedt, you'd be given poison with no regard for your survival. If you carried to term, you'd give birth in conditions that maximize the risk of infection and hemorrhage. And the aftermath? If you survived, you'd be expected back to work immediately. Your body, torn and bleeding and exhausted from childbirth, would be put back to use servicing customers within days. Medieval medicine had essentially nothing to offer you for any of these conditions. Some herbal remedies existed for various symptoms, but they were rarely effective and often not available to prostitutes anyway. Physicians certainly weren't treating women in brothels with any priority. You'd be left to suffer with whatever your body could endure. The cumulative effect of all these diseases would be devastating. Your body would break down piece by piece. Chronic pain would become your baseline. Your energy would drain away as infections took their toll. Your ability to fight off new diseases would diminish as your overall health deteriorated. Most prostitutes in medieval brothels didn't last long. The combination of violence, exploitation, and disease meant that within a few years, most were dead or so damaged they couldn't work. The survival rate was abysmal. This wasn't a career. It was a slow death sentence. And you'd watch it happen to the women around you. You'd see them getting sicker, you'd see the symptoms progressing, you'd watch them die, their bodies giving out from the sustained assault of disease and deprivation, and you'd know that the same fate awaited you. And this is why you wouldn't survive a night in a medieval brothel. Your modern immune system has no exposure to these disease patterns. your body has no preparation for the concentrated assault of infections you'd face. The very first night of work might infect you with something that would eventually kill you, and you'd have no treatment, no help, no hope of recovery. Just a slow, painful decline in a building full of other people experiencing the same fate. The economic trap that ensures your doom. We need to return to the economics because understanding how thoroughly trapped you were financially is crucial to understanding why escape was impossible. Remember, the basic arrangement was that the brothel keeper took 1/3 of the fee paid by each customer. That's the starting point. But that was far from the only way the economic exploitation worked. You paid for your room. Every night you slept in that tiny cell you were charged. The rate was set by the brothel keeper, not by any market logic or fair assessment. You paid whatever they decided you owed. You paid for your food, disgusting food, overpriced food, but you had to eat. And as we've established, you paid more for meals inside the brothel than the same food cost outside. Every bite increased your debt. You paid for your drink. Wine, water, whatever was available, it all cost money. Again, marked up beyond what it should cost. And you needed to drink to survive, so you had no choice but to pay. If a customer wanted to stay overnight, there was a sleeping money fee. And Endlin testified that Lionheart charged the women double the normal rate for this. So, a customer paying to monopolize your body all night actually cost you more money. You went deeper into debt by working. The brothel keeper sold you goods at inflated prices. Anna von Ulm testified about this practice explicitly. When he had something to sell to them, whether cloth or other things that were worth half a florin or a full florin, he sold it to them for 2, 3 or 4. The markup was enormous and arbitrary, and you had no choice but to buy from him, because you weren't allowed to leave to shop elsewhere. Your clothes were confiscated and pawned. You'd then have to buy them back or buy replacements at inflated prices. Els von Nürnberg stated that she had to pay Leonhardt for the skirt she wore. You literally paid to have something to wear. If you somehow received tips from customers, those could be confiscated too. Lionhardt's practices included confiscating their tips and forcing them to pay cash gifts at certain times of year, including Whitsun and Christmas. The holidays, times when you might receive extra money, became occasions when you were forced to give money to the brothel keeper. There was even a practice Anna described where the women were made to exchange even pennies they had for uneven ones of presumably lesser value. They were literally shortchanging the women through currency manipulation. Anna also testified that they were forced to either produce 2 large spindles of thread per day or pay Lionheart 4 pennies. So, on top of servicing customers, you had additional labor requirements that either consumed your limited free time or cost you money. Let's do some rough math. Say a customer paid 1 florin for your services. The brothel keeper immediately took 1/3, leaving you with 2/3 of a florin. But you owed money for your room. You owed money for your food that day. You owed money for the wine you drank. If the customer stayed overnight, you owed the sleeping money fee. If you hadn't completed your spinning, you owed 4 pennies for that. By the time all the deductions were made, you might have broken even or actually lost money from a night's work. The economics were designed so that you could never get ahead, never save enough to pay off your initial debt and leave. And remember, your initial debt included whatever they claimed you owed for being brought to the brothel, for your first meals, for any clothes or items they generously provided. The starting debt was substantial, and the economic system ensured it only grew. Some regulations in some cities attempted to prevent the worst financial exploitation. Laws prohibiting brothel keepers from keeping prostitutes in debt through predatory loans existed in places like Southwark and Sandwich in England, but enforcement was minimal. The brothel keepers found ways around the regulations, and in many places no such protections existed at all. The Magdalene houses, institutions meant to provide a way out for prostitutes, required a dowry. To leave prostitution respectably, to marry and turn to honour, as the medieval phrase went, you needed money saved up. But the economic system of the brothel made saving that money virtually impossible. Some women did manage it. The historical record mentions prostitutes who saved enough to leave, who married and rejoined respectable society. But these were the exceptional cases, mentioned precisely because they were so unusual. The vast majority of women remained trapped by debt until they died, or were too sick and damaged to work anymore. When you became too sick or too damaged to generate income, you'd be cast out. The brothel keeper had no further use for you. You'd be dumped in the street with nothing, probably still in debt, certainly in no condition to work any other job, facing a likely death from exposure and starvation. The economic system was brilliantly cruel in its efficiency. It gave you just enough to survive while working, extracting maximum labour from your body, while ensuring you could never accumulate enough resources to leave. You were trapped in a cycle of debt that consumed your present and destroyed your future. The city profited from this system. The brothel keeper profited enormously. The customers got their desires satisfied cheaply. Everyone benefited except the women whose bodies and lives were being consumed by the machinery of exploitation. And this is another reason you wouldn't survive a night in a medieval brothel, because once you understood the economic reality, once you realized that the debt would never end, that you would die in this place with nothing to your name, the psychological impact would be crushing. Hope would die, and without hope, survival becomes infinitely harder. The social death you'd experience, beyond the physical suffering, beyond the economic exploitation, you would experience something else in a medieval brothel. Social death. The complete erasure of your standing in society. Medieval cities had sumptuary laws that regulated who could wear what. These laws were designed to maintain class distinctions, to ensure you could tell at a glance what sort of person you were dealing with. For prostitutes, sumptuary laws served a different purpose. They marked you as contaminated, as dangerous, as not fully human. In many cities, prostitutes were required to wear specific identifying clothing. The regulations varied by location, but the purpose was universal. Society needed to be able to identify you as a prostitute immediately, to avoid the possibility of mistaking you for a respectable woman. In London, prostitutes couldn't wear fur-lined hoods. Striped hoods became the mark of a prostitute. Bristol eventually passed a law that proclaimed, "Let no whore walk in the town without a striped hood." The hood marked you. Everyone who saw you knew what you were. In Bristol, striped hoods were mandatory. In Bern, prostitutes had to wear red caps. In Castries, they wore a man's hat and a scarlet belt. In Florence, gloves and bells in the hair plus high-heeled slippers. In Leipzig, a yellow cloak trimmed with blue. Each city had its own variation, but the theme was constant. You had to be marked, identified, separated visually from respectable women. In some places, you had to wear badges or decorations on your dress or cloak. In 13th century, Mons prostitutes had to wear a yellow strip of cloth on their shoulder. In regions governed by Naples and Provence, a red knot on the shoulder was required, and refusal resulted in being led through the city with drums and being publicly humiliated. You weren't allowed to wear jewels. You weren't allowed to wear embroidery or finery. You weren't allowed to wear fur-lined clothing. The laws explicitly prevented you from appearing as anything other than what society had labelled you. In Southwark, there was an odd specific prohibition. No aprons allowed. Aprons might have indicated you were a respectable trader or a good housewife. You couldn't be allowed to present that image. The penalties for violating these clothing regulations could be severe. In some places, citizens had the right to strip you on the spot if they caught you wearing forbidden items. Imagine being torn publicly, your clothes removed by force because you dared to wear something that suggested you might be human. If you were convicted of clothing violations or of other infractions related to prostitution, you faced public humiliation rituals. From 1384, male and female brothel keepers in London who were convicted were led to the thew, a form of pillory, with their hair forcibly shaved, accompanied by musicians. The musicians weren't there to make it a celebration, they were there to draw a crowd, to maximise the humiliation. Convicted prostitutes suffered similar treatment. You'd wear a cloth hood and carry a white wand, symbols of your shame. Then you'd be marched through the streets while crowds jeered at you. In some cases, you'd be forced to carry signs marking you as a harlot. The entire spectacle was designed to degrade you as thoroughly as possible. You could be banished from the city entirely. If authorities decided you were too much trouble, they'd exile you forever. But where would you go? To another city where you'd face the same stigma? To the countryside where you'd have no way to support yourself? Banishment was often effectively a death sentence. Prostitutes were categorized with lepers, heretics, homosexuals, executioners, and other groups medieval society considered fundamentally outside the bounds of normal humanity. You were stigmatized, marginalized, treated as contaminated. But here's the cruel paradox. While society stigmatized you, it also considered you necessary. The necessary evil doctrine meant you couldn't be eliminated, but you also couldn't be accepted. You existed in a liminal space, simultaneously necessary and reviled. This contradiction played out in strange ways. In some cities, prostitutes were included in civic events. They participated in weddings, festivals, processions, but their participation was carefully controlled and clearly marked. You weren't there as an equal. You were there as a living symbol of sin, of the flesh, of everything respectable society supposedly controlled. The church's position on you was equally contradictory. Prostitution was a sin, but prostitutes could be redeemed. Mary Magdalene, often portrayed as a prostitute in medieval sermons, was a powerful symbol of redemption. Magdalene houses were founded to help prostitutes leave their life of sin, but the assumption behind these redemption narratives was insulting. The church believed you were a prostitute because of unrestrained lust, not because of poverty, not because you were forced, not because of sexual violence or trafficking, or the complete absence of other options. No, you were a prostitute because you couldn't control your sinful desires. The Magdalene houses were supposed to provide a path out, but they came with conditions. You had to demonstrate proper penitence. You had to submit to the church's authority. You had to essentially prove you were worthy of being considered human again. St. Nicholas societies provided dowries for poor but honest working girls to help them marry without turning to prostitution. The message was clear. There were honest poor women, and then there were you. You weren't honest. You weren't worthy of that kind of help. You'd already fallen. In legal proceedings, your testimony was worthless. As a dishonored woman, your word counted for almost nothing. The fact that the nerdling and council actually believed the testimonies of the 12 prostitutes against their brothel keeper was remarkable precisely because it was so unusual. If you were raped, you had no recourse. Laws protecting women from rape didn't apply to prostitutes in most jurisdictions. You had made your body available for public use. How could it be rape? If someone took what you offered? The legal logic stripped you of the most basic human right to bodily autonomy. Your children, if you had them, would be stigmatized. They'd be the children of a whore. Their chances of a normal life would be severely limited. Some children born in brothels ended up being raised there, with girls eventually being forced into prostitution themselves. The stigma was inheritable. The social death you'd experience would be as devastating as the physical suffering. You'd be walking through streets where people avoided you, where respectable women pulled their children away from you. where men felt entitled to say and do anything to you, where your very existence was considered a kind of pollution. And there would be no going back. Even if you somehow escaped the brothel, even if you lived long enough to leave, the stigma would follow you. Once marked as a prostitute, society rarely let you forget it. Your past would haunt you forever. This social death is something modern people cannot truly comprehend. We live in societies where stigma exists, yes, but where social mobility is at least theoretically possible. In medieval Europe, once you were a prostitute, you were essentially erased from the ranks of humanity. You became something less, something other, something that served a function but didn't matter as a person. And that erasure, that systematic denial of your humanity by everyone around you, would damage your psyche in ways that might never heal. The internal experience of being treated as worthless day after day would reshape how you saw yourself. You might start to believe it. You might internalize the messages that you deserved this, that you brought it on yourself, that you were fundamentally different from real people. The social death would be complete, and it's yet another reason you wouldn't survive a night in a medieval brothel. Because the weight of that stigma, the crushing understanding of what you'd become in society's eyes, would be more than most people could bear. The psychological destruction. We've talked about the physical suffering, the economic exploitation, the social stigma, but we need to address directly what all of this would do to your mind. The psychological destruction you'd experience in a medieval brothel would be profound and probably permanent. Let's start with the loss of agency. From the moment you entered the brothel, your ability to make choices disappeared. You didn't choose when you worked, you didn't choose who you served, you didn't choose what acts you performed, you didn't choose what you ate, what you wore, where you went. Every aspect of your existence was controlled by the brothel keeper and by the customers who paid to use you. The psychological impact of sustained loss of agency is devastating. Humans need a sense of control over their lives to maintain mental health. When that control is completely stripped away, when you become purely reactive, purely subject to others' decisions, your sense of self begins to disintegrate. You'd start to experience dissociation. This is a psychological defense mechanism where the mind separates from the experience of the body. When what's happening to your body is too traumatic to process, the mind protects itself by disconnecting. You'd find yourself watching what was happening to you as if from a distance, as if it was happening to someone else. Dissociation allows survival in the moment, but it fragments your sense of identity. You'd start to lose the continuity of self that makes you you. Parts of your mind would wall themselves off from other parts. Your memory would become inconsistent with gaps where trauma occurred. Your emotional responses would become disconnected from experiences. The sustained sexual violence you'd experience would create complex trauma. This isn't a single traumatic event. It's repeated trauma, day after day with no recovery period, no safe space, no chance to process what's happening. Complex trauma fundamentally changes how your brain works, how you relate to others, how you experience your own body. You develop hypervigilance, a state of constant alertness to potential danger. You'd scan every customer for signs of violence. You'd monitor the brothel keeper's mood constantly. You'd listen for sounds that might indicate threat. This state of heightened alert is exhausting. It burns through mental resources at an incredible rate, and it never ends, because the danger never ends. Your ability to trust would be destroyed. Trust requires a basic assumption that people won't harm you, that they see you as human, that your well-being matters to them. In the brothel, none of these assumptions held. Everyone you encountered either actively exploited you or ignored your suffering. There was no one safe. Trust became impossible. Without the ability to trust, human connection becomes impossible. The bonds you might have formed with other women in the brothel would be shallow and cautious. Everyone was in survival mode, resources were scarce. The brothel keeper deliberately fostered competition between women. Genuine friendship required vulnerability, and vulnerability was dangerous. You'd experience profound shame, not because of anything you actually did wrong, but because society had labelled you shameful. The messages would be constant and overwhelming. You are dirty, you are sinful, you are worthless, you deserve this. These messages would bombard you from every direction, and over time, they'd start to take root in your own mind. Internalized shame is toxic. It becomes a lens through which you see everything. Every bad thing that happens confirms your essential badness. You start to believe you deserve the suffering. This belief makes it even harder to maintain a sense of self-worth or to imagine a better future. Depression would be nearly universal among women in brothels. The sustained stress, the lack of hope, the daily suffering, the social isolation, all of these are risk factors for severe depression. And medieval people had no concept of depression as a treatable illness. You'd just sink deeper into hopelessness with no help available. Some women would develop what we'd now recognize as symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. Intrusive memories of traumatic events, nightmares, flashbacks where you re-experience the trauma as if it were happening again. Intense psychological distress triggered by reminders of the trauma. Physical reactions to those triggers, your heart racing, your hands shaking, your breath catching, but you couldn't escape the triggers because the traumatic environment was your life. You lived inside the trauma. There was no post to the trauma. It was ongoing, perpetual, inescapable. The psychological impact of witnessing others' suffering would compound your own trauma. You'd see women beaten, you'd see forced abortions, you'd watch women deteriorate from disease, you'd witness deaths. This vicarious trauma adds to your own, creating layers of psychological damage, and you'd feel helpless. You couldn't protect the other women. You could barely protect yourself. The helplessness in the face of others' suffering creates a particular kind of anguish. It's not your trauma, but you carry it anyway. You couldn't look away. You couldn't stop it. You just had to witness it and know the same fate awaited you. Some women might have developed numbing as a coping mechanism, a shutting down of emotional response, a deadening of feeling. This would make the daily experience more bearable in some ways, but it would also make you unable to experience positive emotions. Life would become grey, flat, without joy or hope or meaning. The identity confusion would be profound. Who were you? You had been someone before, with dreams and personality and a sense of self, but the brothel stripped all of that away. You were reduced to a function, a body, a thing that serviced customers. Your name might be used, but it no longer referred to a person. It referred to a brothel asset. Rebuilding identity from that kind of annihilation would be incredibly difficult, probably impossible without help that simply didn't exist in the medieval world. You'd be left with fragments of who you were, held together by sheer will to survive, but no longer forming a coherent whole. The lack of a future would weigh on you constantly. In a normal life, people sustain themselves partly through imagining what comes next. Looking forward to events, making plans, hoping for better circumstances. In the brothel, there was no better future. Tomorrow would be like today. Next year would be worse than this year. As your health declined and your debt grew, there was nothing to look forward to except eventual death. Living without hope is a particular kind of psychological torture. Hope is how humans endure difficult circumstances. It's the sense that this suffering is temporary, that better times will come. Without it, every day becomes an exercise in simply continuing to exist, with no meaning or purpose beyond surviving to the next day. And for what? Why continue? This question would haunt you. The answer, in practical terms, was that you had no choice. You couldn't kill yourself easily. You were monitored. You had no privacy. and the church taught that suicide was a sin that guaranteed eternal damnation. So, you were trapped even in that sense, unable to end the suffering, forced to endure until your body finally gave out. The psychological destruction you'd experience in a medieval brothel would be total. Your sense of self would fragment. Your ability to connect with others would shatter. Your hope would die. Your identity would dissolve. You'd be left with a consciousness that still experienced suffering, but had lost almost everything that made that consciousness recognizably human. This is perhaps the most fundamental reason you wouldn't survive a night in a medieval brothel. The psychological damage would begin immediately and accelerate rapidly. Modern people, raised with a sense of human rights, bodily autonomy, and personal worth, would have no defenses against this kind of systematic psychological annihilation. Your mind would break before your body did. The rare glimmers of the resistance. We've spent most of this exploration documenting the horror, and that's appropriate because the horror was real and overwhelming. But to be fair to history, we need to acknowledge the moments when women fought back, when they organized, when they demanded better treatment. These moments were rare, and their success was limited, but they happened. The Nördlingen case is our best example. In 1471, when the municipal council learned about what was happening in their brothel, they actually took action. They investigated. They interviewed all 12 of the prostitutes working there. They listened to the women's testimony, and they believed them. This was extraordinary. As we've discussed, prostitutes' testimony usually counted for nothing in legal proceedings, but in this case, the council accepted the women's accounts over those of the brothel keeper and his partner. They recognized the systematic abuse, they saw the exploitation, and they acted. Leonhard Freiermuth and Barbara Taschenfeindin were dismissed from their posts and banished from the city forever. Barbara was branded across the forehead for her role in forcing Els von Eistedt to abort her child. The physical marking was a permanent reminder of what she'd done. More importantly, the council drew up new regulations for the brothel that explicitly forbade many of the exploitative financial arrangements that had trapped the women. They limited what could be charged for room and board. They restricted the brothel keeper's ability to confiscate property. They tried to dismantle the debt trap system. And here's the truly remarkable part. The new regulations included an explicit clause requiring a given woman working in the brothel to report to the council immediately any kind of abuse or breach of the rules so that corrective action could be taken. They created a mechanism for the women to seek help, to report abuse, to demand accountability. Did this solve all the problems? No. Did it create a safe working environment? Absolutely not. But it represented something important. Recognition that the women in the brothel were human beings who deserved basic protections. It was acknowledgement that the system had been abusive and needed reform. In France, there are documented cases of prostitutes organizing collectively. When a female brothel keeper was replaced by a man, sex workers in several instances protested. They understood that women running the brothels were often somewhat better than men, less likely to be violent, more likely to understand their experiences. When the authorities tried to replace female management with male, the women pushed back. In Toulouse in 1462, sex workers hired a lawyer. Think about that. They pooled their limited resources to obtain legal representation. They brought a complaint before the Parlement arguing that the practice of selling their contracts to a male brothel farmer should be stopped. They described how the farmer was extorting the maximum from the women, therefore encouraging illicit intercourse. They proposed that a woman should head the brothel instead, and that each sex worker should contribute money for its running. This was collective action. This was women recognizing their shared interests and organizing to improve their conditions. It didn't always work, but the fact that it happened at all demonstrates that even in these horrific circumstances, resistance was possible. Magdalene houses, while problematic in many ways, did provide an exit path for some women. These institutions, sponsored by the church, offered women a chance to leave prostitution. The assumption that women turned to prostitution out of lust rather than desperation was insulting. The requirement for proper penitence was demeaning. But the houses did allow some women to transition back into respectable society. Some women saved their money. Despite the nearly impossible economics, some managed to accumulate enough for a dowry. They left prostitution through marriage, turning to honour, as the medieval phrase went. These success stories were rare enough to be notable, but they existed. In the regulations from various cities, we can see evidence of authorities at least sometimes attempting to protect prostitutes. Laws limiting the number of customers per day existed in some places. Rules against beating prostitutes appeared in various municipal codes. Requirements that brothels be kept clean and free of disease show up in the historical record. These protections were often ignored. Enforcement was minimal. But their existence suggests that some authorities recognized, at least in theory, that the women deserved basic humane treatment. When the Protestant Reformation arrived in the 16th century, Martin Luther preached fiercely against prostitution. He rejected the necessary evil doctrine. He argued that married love was a gift from God and all fornicators deserved death. This harsh moralism eventually led to the closing of municipal brothels across Europe. This wasn't necessarily good for the women. Many scholars argue that when brothels were closed, prostitution just moved underground, became less visible, and probably more dangerous. But the closure of the official system did represent a shift away from the municipal government explicitly profiting from women's exploitation. Some men did treat the prostitutes they encountered with something resembling decency. Not all customers were violent. Not all were deliberately cruel. Some probably tried, within the constraints of the system, to be as kind as possible. This doesn't excuse their participation in exploitation, but it suggests that individual moments of humanity did occasionally penetrate the horror. The historical record preserves the names of some prostitutes, which means they mattered enough to someone to be written down. We know Anna von Ulm, Margarete von Biberach, Els von Nürnberg, Wechselbrunn von Ulm, and others from the Nördlingen testimony. Their voices, preserved in the investigation records, allow us to hear them across the centuries. Someone cared enough to write down what they said. These glimmers of resistance and humanity don't change the fundamental reality we've been exploring. They don't make the medieval brothel any less horrific. They don't mean you'd survive where others died. But they do remind us that even in the darkest circumstances, human dignity and resistance persisted. Women fought back when they could. Some authorities tried to implement protections, however inadequate. Some individuals tried to maintain their humanity in an inherently dehumanizing situation. The Nördlingen women who testified in 1471 showed extraordinary courage. They knew speaking out was dangerous. They knew they might face retaliation. But they spoke anyway. They told their stories. They described the abuse, the exploitation, the forced abortion, and they changed the rules for whoever came after them. That courage deserves recognition. Those women, whose names we still know today, who demanded to be heard despite everything society told them about their worthlessness, they were heroes in a small way. They couldn't overthrow the system. They couldn't end their own exploitation. But they fought for small improvements, and they won. So, while the story of the medieval brothel is primarily one of horror and suffering, it's not entirely without these small lights. Not enough to brighten the darkness significantly, not enough to make the story less tragic, but enough to remind us that human resistance never entirely dies, even in conditions designed to crush it completely. Why you truly wouldn't survive. Let's bring this all together. Let's be absolutely clear about why a modern person transported to a medieval brothel wouldn't survive even a single night. First, the physical shock would be immediate and overwhelming. You're used to climate control, to clean water on demand, to modern sanitation. The moment you stepped into that dark, crowded, filthy building, your body would start reacting. The smells alone would make